Hello! Everybody Nyan. How you doing today? I went to the DMV yesterday. And now I have a very temporary placard until I can get my permanent disability placard. So, today, we are doing some Transformers related stuff. Also, I have a kitty with me. Yeah, Popo. Hi. Please don't knock down my tracking camera with your love wubs. She's just like, it's nothing guarantee. She's just looking out the window right now. So, I have a bunch of things here. But I should probably also bring out the Subi. So, one of these things is in my stream assets, which is my follower alert. And if y'all can't really see, let me just... Subi is over here. Just ignore the slight scuff with my model. But she is here. And she is here because I'm doing Transformers related stuff. Therefore, I must show her. I'm gonna redo this. I'm gonna rename the layer to gesture. And there's something else I have here. Of Subi. And it's this thing. Because I'm in a server. It's a very small server with some people in the Transformers fandom, and we sometimes do activities with our, you know, Transformers fan characters. And this was one of them. There were a bunch of like colors here, but mine was red. Even though Subi is a bit more magenta. They did not have magenta. So I just had to stick with red. But yeah. I'm gonna start working on that gesture. And this is so that I have some kind of example for my icons, because one of the things I listed in VGen that I can draw is mecha, like Transformer style mecha. And if you ever look at my VGen, you can probably tell that I have no actual examples of mecha characters outside of my plushification. You know, the series of plushification VTuber assets that I kind of have. I shouldn't do this structural shit. This is just a gesture. But yeah. And Sui, of course, has a tail. It's very long. But, yeah. She is kind of like just she's my first Transformers OC. I was streaming with the getting ready screen, then went something and got distracted forgetting about stream. Walked back into the living room hearing your voice and to yourself, like, who is that? That is kind of funny. Also, I'm nearly halfway. Wait, hold on. Let me check. So, I'm almost at the halfway point for the average concurrent viewers. Which is really, really good. That shows that my affiliate push is working. But, yeah. So, I'd like to mention that, yes, Subi does have heterochromia. Her optics are different colors. You can see that in all these things I have here. For anyone wondering, yes, I forgot the cat graphic on the t-shirt, but honestly, I don't really care. But yeah. Her colors have changed a little bit because I felt like the purple here was a little too dark. So I changed it to a lighter color that isn't as light as her purple optic. But right now I'm just doing the gesture. But yeah. I'm gonna make this a little bigger. So her tail is kind of like gonna frame her. And I think I have this in here, which is like kind of her older-ish design. Before I really figured out how to do her alt mode. Because I didn't have any reference back when I made this originally. But I can probably like info dump about her for a little bit as I, figure out how to draw this. So essentially, Subjector, which is her full name, I just call her Subi. She is a Warforged Decepticon who ends up defecting late on during the war, around the time that the Cybertronians end up on Earth during the Cybertronian War. Like the Autobot Decepticon War. So, Subi, to kind of like explain her, she is kind of like one of those. She is a relatively strange person in terms of Cybertronian standards, because not only is she Warforged, she also has a Beast alt mode. She actually has two, since she's a triple changer. But feet indeed. Sup, Skelly, sorry you're late. I've only been live for like 18 minutes, you're fine. But essentially, Subi was found like sometime during the establishment of the Accords. So that makes her around 3 million years old, which is pretty young for a Cybertronian. Just doing some warm-ups before you bring friends in and you to the hotel you'll be staying at for Combo Breaker. Ooh. I don't know what that is, but I hope it's fun. But, yeah. Essentially, Subi is... she was found during the war, because, like, in the dead end, during the establishment of the Accords, so there was a ceasefire. A quick rundown. It costs you over 250 just to compete? Oof. Yikes. But to kind of like describe what happened to her is that as she was, emerging from the ground of Cybertron, there was kind of like something that kind of like interrupted the process. And like something happened as she was being forged, and she was missing enough of her CNA that she couldn't really like forge past her protoform. So she kind of had to have some CNA donated to her through the help of a Shockwave, Wheeljack, Ratchet, and the mech who found her, who is Deadlock, otherwise known as Drift. And because of that, she shares some of her traits with those two characters. Of course, her alt mode are completely her own. It's just that some parts of her bot form, she didn't have the CNA. She had the CNA to determine her alt mode by forging. Like her tail, her massive tail, is pretty much as long as she is. But other than that, she couldn't really, like, go through the process of, you know, becoming finishing the forging process. So she had to have CNA donated to her. It was a whole process, but eventually she was able to, you know, gain her Cybertronian form, or her bot mode. Is that a bird window? It was! How did that get there? My curtains are covered in hair. I need to get a lint roller to them. But there were other issues with her. Other than that, because she couldn't reliably transform. Because transforming would just cause her a lot of pain. So she ends up just not really transforming. In fact, some people will, when they first meet her, assume she's like a part of the monoformer movement. But she's not. She just can't really transform reliably, so she just chooses not to at all. And one of the things about Subi is that she kind of experienced an incident where she sustained heavy damage to her body, like to her legs, and she was found by Autobots. And specifically, it was Ratchet who kind of like patched her up, and she kind of felt indebted to the Autobots. So she chose to kind of like become a medic. I mean, they were actively in a war, or nothing could really stop her from wanting to become one. So she ended up becoming a medic. And yeah. I think I'm going to do something different with these arms. But yeah. Eventually, after some time, she worked with several different groups of the Decepticons, including the Predacons and the Stunticons. That's kind of like it. They're like immediate medic. So she kind of like has a bunch of on-field experience with, you know, being a medic. And sometimes when she'd find injured Autobots, she'd just haul them to wherever she's stationed at and, you know, repair them. Albeit she does have to restrain them a lot. Because, you know, she doesn't want them to injure themselves. As she is trying to actively repair them. But she is kind of like... She considers herself a medic before she is a Cybertronian with a beast mode. Because she feels very disconnected to her alt modes. Because she can't reliably transform into them. It's kind of that simple. She doesn't... Because she isn't able to reliably transform in and out of her alt mode, and usually needs to spend some time recuperating, you know, after she transforms, because of how painful it is. She usually either just does not transform, or if she is in her alt mode, she's in it for as long as she can, and before needing to transform back. Because she is very much aware that it's a painful process for her. This is an allegory for chronic pain and disabilities. Albeit I at first didn't mean it to be intentional. But honestly, I feel like there can be like a bit of allegories for disability that can be used in Transformers. And as an example, in Shattered Glass, which is essentially a bit of a swap between the roles of the Autobots and Decepticons, the character Soundwave, he can't transform reliably because he's made of both Cybertronian parts and parts from, you know, Earth materials, so sometimes his joints will just lock up. And his cassettes don't want to be trapped in you know, a cassette player that can't reliably transform all that well. So I think he usually carries a case that has all of his cassettes that he kind of like holds and stuff. I probably need to read Shattered Glass. But yeah. That is kind of like something I kind of want to do. Of course, I want to read through more than Meets the Eye and Lost Light before I try to go for Shattered Glass. But yeah. So, to explain a bit of her tail, it's kind of like the part that kind of usually faces in her body is, you know, kind of a pinkish color. Or I might just change it to purple. Yeah, I did change it to purple. And the outside is, you know, her black. And I'm using these squiggles to denote where the black is. Now I'm going to change it into this color so that I know which is the gesture and which is the sketch. And I like to mention that I'm going to be using a symmetry tool for her face, because the only thing asymmetrical about her is, you know, her eye colors. The colors of her optics. And I started off with the wrong layer. I'm probably going to make a folder for her headline art, which I'll then merge down into the rest of the line art. I'm probably going to use some Bezier curves when it comes to her tail. Mostly because it's going to be easier for me. I'm not going to try and make this too hard on myself. But her helmet shape is kind of like a callback to both Deadlock and Ratchet. Mostly like Deadlock / Drift. And she kind of like has this little triangular shaped nose. But yeah, I kind of wanted her to look a little like cute-ish. But something else about her is that she kind of like, after she defects, she kind of becomes the unofficial medic for the Wreckers, which are like a specialized transport team for the Autobots. And a lot of them end up just dying because of how dangerous their missions are. And she is kind of there to prepare for those who survive. And she does have a history with some of those Wreckers because as she was kind of raised by Deadlock, you know, because Deadlock is the Cybertronian who found her. She was trained by him specifically in order to, you know, become a sniper, because he knew that she might not be able to, if he doesn't teach her how to kind of defend herself, he knows that she will likely not survive. And, you know, he kind of wanted to make sure she could at least survive, have the war for long enough, and maybe eventually see a Cybertron that is at peace. So he teaches her how to wield a sniper rifle and just guns in general. And she is grateful for it, even though when he defected out of it because of his morals and, you know, his free will, he kind of stopped using guns because that, you know, was what he was as Deadlock. And he is no longer Deadlock. She still kind of, like, uses those weapons. If out of anything, in a bit of, like, as an homage to the mech who kind of raised her. And I feel like Deadlock would probably, like, be reluctant to teach her how to use weapons, because I wonder if he was tasked by Megatron to raise a Warforged Cybertronian, that he wouldn't want them to end up like him, because before he is, you know, found by Ratchet, he, you know, was a drug addict and nearly died from overdose. I wonder if he wouldn't, and because of that he kind of, like, became a very good sniper. But eventually he started using swords after, you know, part of his personal arc. I wonder if he'd, like, try to make sure they don't, any of the, like, if he has to raise it, he's a Cybertronian by sparkling, would he try to prevent them from ending up just like him? Of course, he might have to teach them about snipers, like being a sniper out of obligation and because of Megatron's orders. But how reluctant would he be? Like, if he were in an ideal circumstance, would he not want the mech he's raising to need to learn how to fight at all? But still do so, well, because you may never know what might happen. It's always good to at least know how to somewhat fight instead of, you know, coming into war and into battle with no experience. I can probably explore that in fanfic that I can write. But yeah. I am purposefully going to keep her, you know, servos, also known as her hands, a little, you know, more rectangular in comparison to the rest of her. Because, you know, she is essentially a sentient machine. But, yeah. And Subi also is kind of fond of humanity. Like, she is kind of like used to being the smallest person in a room. So whenever she encounters a species or someone who is just smaller than her, she kind of like feels obligated to protect them. So she purposefully, she's probably like the one Decepticon who willingly takes up a hollow form so that she can kind of learn about humans by just trying to be one. Of course, she knows she'll never really be human, but she wants to learn their perspective. That, and she kind of wants to learn about, you know, what humans are kind of like. She wants to learn about humanity. Because, and that goes all the way to learning how to kind of, you know, how to be a medic for humans and Cybertronians. She wants to make that effort in order to, you know, make sure that she is a little more rounded. Like, in case there is an injured human, she knows how to treat them and their condition. She essentially just wants to learn about humanity. Simply because she feels like she has an obligation as a medic in order to kind of like learn how to treat whatever she can. That is kind of just me, though. I'm going to have this be in a folder. And and of course, I'm going to be using the, you know, pen that I made for myself, which I unironically call Kung Pao Penis. I'm going to keep these lines somewhat thin initially. Because right now I'm just trying to get the form and the shapes. Eventually I will try to make this line art thicker. Also, one of the things I plan on doing today is that I'm going to try and sketch the my new BRB screen. Because I still haven't really made much progress on that. But I'm probably going to try and find like a pose on the Clip Studio Paint store that I can probably like use. Which means I'll probably need to do an intermission. But rest assured that I did take my Adderall. I did make sure to take it. Yeah. I'm also kind of using this as an opportunity to expand Subi's design. Give her more details. Like, make her look a little less like she's a simple little design. Give her some details. Oh, hi Sabu! She kind of moved my tablet a bit. Oops. I accidentally moved something. What have I done? Work time 57 minutes. And that counts from when I tried to do this before, like a few months before I, decided to stream myself working on her. But I'm also going to add color. At the very least, like, add parts of her color palette to here. Which I'm going to turn off the sketch player for this, because I can legit just do this. But that is kind of like what she can look like. I feel like I might try to give her a more purplish tone to her, like, faceplate. Because... hold on. Let me try and find... Transformers Wiki! Drift. I don't see... No, not Google Shopping. IDW. I'm going to copy this image and paste it here. So as you can see, despite this being very pixelated, that he kind of like has a purple face here, you know, as Deadlock. So I'm probably going to try and, you know, have that be part of Subi. This kind of helps give her a bit of a warmer color palette. I'm not gonna lie. I might need to add this. Wait, there is one post by someone in the Transformers community I follow. Y'all might know them as... you know... her name is Sawyer, otherwise known as Star Heavenly. But they did make a post that involved color picking from Drift. I'm just going to grab a color from one of their drawings. It's kind of like a periwinkle, but let's see if this would work. Maybe here? Or like here? I'm gonna add this to my color palette anyway. Hello, Ellie! It has indeed been so long. Long enough that I've gotten a new model. But right now... okay, that's a good color. You were busy with work. We had our shop rearranged and it became smaller. Oof. But yeah. But yeah. Right now I'm kind of just figuring out some stuff related to my character Subi, which y'all can see here. I'm probably going to reconfigure some of her colors because as you can see, if she is showing up here, as y'all can probably see, Subi here and Subi over there, they look a little different. That is because I am working on redesigning her a little bit. Let me just go back here. You love it so much. Yeah. She is a bit of a cutie patootie. So yeah. I'm not fully sure what I'm going to try and do with some of her colors, because I know I have to change some things about her design. Of course, she's not going to just have this one design. She has multiple designs. But this is kind of like her first and main design. You know what? I think this would work. Adds a little more contrast to her, colors. Is my model full body? Yes! It is full body. This is me. So, my drawing arm is a bit wonky with my physics, but at least it's something. I probably need to add some extra parameters for the mouth, the a-e-u-a-o. And I probably need to fix my eye. You love the drip? Yeah. Yeah. But now y'all can see my tail. And yes, Subi also has some physics. Or at the very least, she kind of follows my parameters. Yeah, I probably need to add the volume mouth thing to my model, which I'm not sure if I can just copy and paste my mouth open and add that to my parameters. But the face is done. Wait, no. And now I can add the rest of her lines. Which I'm going to put these in separate folders. Mostly so that I know which of these is, you know, certain parts of the line art. And this is kind of like just a detail that I'm adding to kind of like show a bit more of her mechanical parts. Because she is, you know, a transformer. Her character, she is not going to look entirely human. Because she isn't even human. She does have she does have a kind of a hollow form that I, ironically enough, have drawn some. I feel like I'm better at doing her hollow form than her actual form. I really like it though. She has all this curly hair that I love. I just realized something. I forgot to add her little insignia. I'm probably just gonna do this heart thing. Because I don't really want to bother with, like, you know, drawing the Autobot or Decepticon logo. But that is her neck. And I'm going to merge those down. I'm essentially just working in parts. And ironically enough, I think that, you know, the plushifications have helped me with being a little more confident with drawing Subi. What the hell is that noise? Hear that, Yabubo? What even is that? Are those lawnmower noises that you hear, my Yabubo? She heard the lawnmower noises and immediately went to leave. Alright. I'm pretty sure it is lawnmower noises. That, you know, I'm hearing. That is kind of the upper, like kind of her collarbone part. Merge that. I'm gonna start using some of these line tools when drawing these next few things. Yep, It's the lawnmower guy. That ended up being a little wonky. But yeah. So lines extend down to here, which is kind of like where the eyes of her alt mode are. And I'm using this as a guide. So, bum. I'm gonna do this and that. I'm going to copy and paste this. Flip horizontal. I'm going to... Yep, it's lawnmower noises. Bum. Bum. Hold on. You do that. Of course, I probably need to figure out how to try and perfect drawing Subi. But I at the very least know how to somewhat draw her. Let me do the curve tool here as well. I might need to put on the lawnmower guy non-purple mode thing. But like a few days ago, I made sure to redo my sensor thing, so now it can show up. Yippee! You can watch this brain rot if I have to cover something up. So Now I'm going to make her little triangle ears. This is kind of like just to add a bit of depth to her, you know, the part of her alt load. So I'm just using my mouse to do this. Oof. I'm gonna do the lawnmower guy nonverbal mode. And I'm gonna mute it in 3, 2, 1. Alright, I think the lawnmower guy is gone. I'm gonna get up and do some stretches. I don't really have a stretch routine, so but I'm making good progress on this. Ooh, I popped my elbow. Ooh. Also, yes, I'm fully aware that one of my lashes on my model is a little wonky. But this is what happens when you decide to randomly add a draw order without really thinking too much about it. Everything goes weird. Try to add a draw order to stuff before you start doing any other of the parameters. So I'm adding some preliminary shading here. And essentially it's just I want to get some of the rendering in here. I really like adding that shade to the lip. But anyway, I'm going to start on this arm. There are more lawnmower noises. Ooh, those are certainly noises that are outside. Those are noises. Is that right? I'm making the music a little louder for me. I think a lawnmower guy is right at the door. So I like this. I did it on the completely wrong layer, but meh. So I'm going to do the Bezier curve. Or at the very least, I'm going to try to. I might need to redo this. I think that looks sort of good. I'm going to add some of the colors. But yeah. I probably need to learn a little more about, like, trying to do some Live to D stuff. Okay, I can turn this down now. But yeah. Of course, the entirety of the tail is just going to be all Bezier curves. And for anyone wondering, yes, her palm here is going to be this black color, and her fingers or digits are going to be this pink, this magenta-ish color. Let's merge these down. I'm going to copy and paste this so that I don't really have to redo this again. I'm also going to kind of squish it. But now I'm going to work on this other arm. And as y'all saw when I went and Lawnmower Guy non-verbal mode, I thickened the lines up here, which, let me thicken this up too. Make it look a little more shapy. Give her some shapes. But yeah. For anyone who is asking, Skelly, how are you able to draw Transformers so good? It's simple. The first thing, of course, is you have to know how to draw. It is kind of like a given in order to learn how to draw robots. the second thing is you can just break them down into very basic shapes. Like, a lot of, like, certain Transformers characters, which... I'm going to close this, and... I'm going to go into my references. I'm going to go here, grab this one, which is B127. But the main thing is try not to worry too much about the details, because I'm going to trace this like part of his, you know, chassis or his chest. It's literally just this. If you are familiar enough with how to make lines, shapes, and forms, you can easily figure out how you can draw a Transformer character or just robots or armor in general. Like, everything complex about him, this can all just be broken down into certain shapes. Like, for B127, he has a lot of curves. This here, as an example, it's literally just like a fucking circular pauldron. And of course, you can, like, do that as well. But essentially, the way you figure out how to draw Transformers is you just figure out the shapes. And I do have this specific figure. My aunt, shout out to my aunt, she is very cool. Her daughters are actually graduating this year. But yeah. If you kind of like just trace the outline of the B127, you can kind of just see that this is all just shapes. Try not to focus on just trying to draw every single detail at the get-go. Try to figure out how to draw the basic shapes that make up the character. And if I go with another character, this character, Rodimus, he's literally just all triangles. Like, these things here, this is just a more complex triangle. If I, you know, there's this, like, coffin shape in between these triangles. And if you... this can just be simplified into a triangle. This can be simplified into, yes, another triangle. This can be broken down into a triangle. And this. And yes, it can also be broken down into a triangle. And this is also a triangle. This is also a triangle. This is an hourglass shape. And this is a triangle. TLDR. It's just triangles. And squares. And circles. It's just all shapes. Everything can be broken down into very simple shapes. Like, for anyone who is not all that confident in drawing certain kinds of things, like when it comes to, you know, trying to learn how to draw robots or armor, let me just say, the biggest secret is it is all triangles. It is all the most basic shapes in the world. Well, that you can imagine. Like, a lot of armor can be broken down into the most simplest of shapes. And a lot of the Transformers designs, like certain aspects of them are just like armor. Especially when they're in robot mode. A lot of what you can see are just shapes. In fact, let me go find one of them, the characters that is just the most shape. Like, there's one character here. I don't know if he's just in my hell of, you know, folder, my downloads folder hell. Which he probably is. I can't really find him, but I'm just going to go with Ultra Magnus. Because the same shape kind of applies to him. If you ignore his pitiful big eyes, his biggest shape is a square in multiple perspectives. Like, his shape is just squares. A lot of him is just a bunch of squares in 3D. Of course, there are more complex shapes here, like, you know, the missiles here, but like on his little pauldrons here, he is just squares. And of course, you can never forget the triangles. So, to anyone who watches me and wants to learn how to draw Transformers or just like robots in general to try and like either expand the things you can draw, or just because you want to participate more in a certain fandom that has a lot of robots, as long as you're able to figure out your shapes, like as long as you know how to draw shapes and, you know, how to draw stuff in 3D, you like with perspective and stuff, you too can learn how to draw these funky little Transformers. It's just the most basic thing about all these characters. Even Subi! She can be broken down into basic shapes. You can also break her down into triangles. None of us are immune to the triangle. We are all, in the end, made of triangles. Like, literally, I'm not joking. Everything can just be broken down into its basic shapes. Like, no, not that. If I go to my more human characters, I'm just going to go with this little chibi I made. You can tell that I made the neck way too thin, but if I go here, the neck is kind of like just a cylinder. You can just draw 2 circles and then a line that goes in between the circle, like on the edge of the circles. And you have a very basic neck. Then you can add like 2 triangle shapes here for the trapezius. And of course, when it comes to eyes, you can kind of like just make them in a square or a rectangle. You can also make them circles, or if you want to go more complex, you can make them kind of like this shape. This shape is the most basic shape when it comes to eyes. The same thing can apply to hairstyles. A lot of hair and other parts of a character, you can often break them down into basic shapes. You can often see this in anime with like characters with like straight hair. It's basically just like really long rectangles. But yeah, that is essentially what goes on with these, drawing stuff like Transformers. You don't have to draw every single detail of a robot in order for them to be recognized as that character. Just break them down into their most basic shapes. Like, but here, I'm not really making much detail for the joint. I'm just making them vaguely circular things. Because I just don't want to bother with trying to draw every single part of them. Of course, I have my Bumblebee figure that is just chilling on top of my PC. He's covered in cat hair, but that's beside the point. But because I kind of have him as a reference, I can, figure out how to draw some of these joints. Over here. Like, for example, I can kind of do this. And that is a joint. Essentially, what I'm kind of trying to say is shapes first, details later. Like, as long as you know how to draw shapes, and how to apply said shapes to a drawing in order to make forms. You too can draw a transformer. But yeah, that is like the most basic of basic in terms of, you know, drawing the characters. You literally just break them down into shapes. There's this one creator called Kefferon on Tumblr. They're a storyboard artist by trade, and like by profession. And you can tell that with the way they kind of like draw Transformers. And they are made in they're drawn in a very simplified way because you have to have very simple, your storyboards are meant to be very simple. They're just a guide for the people who make the animatics, and then the ones who animate the or film whatever is, you know, in the story. And actually, let me go to my Tumblr. Search. So I'm going to scroll until I find some of their art. All right. I found one of their art. Witness. I'm going to crop this so that y'all just see their, you know, Tumblr. But this is Kefron's style. As you can see, they draw in a very simplified, squiggly kind of style that you'd probably see in a storyboard or an animatic. And that is because their profession requires drawing this stuff very simple and probably like very quickly. So they're kind of like able to reduce stuff to their most basic form. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of like yap about Kefron a little bit. Also, I'm probably going to do my intermission soon. Probably like when I finish the line art here. Because I probably need to take a break. I'm going to turn down the opacity of that. Then I can delete that. And I'm going to increase the size of my pen. And I am going to thicken out this outline. And yeah. I am just going to break all of these down into what they are in their most simple form. Give this a true. But yes, hello, Pato. And I'm going to have the tail be kind of like in the background. Because, you know, I want to make sure there's some contrast. But yeah, once it hits 3 p.m. in my time zone, I'm going to do my intermission, since that'll be, you know, the halfway point. And I probably need to do some stretches and stuff. But yeah. I am, you know, going to be drawing these in like the most simple way I can. I know I'm not the best artist, but I at the very least know how to draw robots, and that is certainly something. But yeah. Eventually, I might need to, like, figure out what I'm going to do as celebration for when I get to affiliate. I know the very first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to upload a bunch of my emojis, you know, to Twitch so that y'all can use them. Without, you know, needing to install 7TV. That, and I haven't really uploaded any of my emojis to 7TV recently. So I probably need to go do that. Now I'm going to erase this, since this is obscured. But I think that, you know what? I'll probably like make a poll once I get to affiliate to kind of like figure out what I should do when to like celebrate getting to affiliate. Like, if I should maybe make an art thing. If I should like do a celebratory thing. Like, I'm not fully sure. Like, I know that one day I might do like a subathon. I'm probably going to have it be capped at first. Because if I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't want to be forced to do 100 hours of a donathon. And I'm probably going to be a little reserved with the goals. Like, I'm not going to do anything too grand. I might have like a certain subathon goal, probably like 50 subs. Be, you know, a like chat had votes on what that my next outfit is going to be. But I'm not sure, you know, what I'm really going to be doing. You know, when it comes to the subathon. That is, if I ever get to the point of being able to have a subathon. Which I doubt that I'm going to really be able to get to the point. Especially at this point. When I, you know, have a bunch of my classes that I need to take. Because, you know, I'm still in college. I might do like a graduation subathon, and if only to celebrate being free from, you know, having to do classes and stuff. Because, you know, essentially, I haven't been able to register for classes yet, but I do have ideas as to what classes I am going to take. Like, for example, essentially, one of the big things is I need to take a few classes so that I can transfer. You know, to the university I want to go to. But of course, that is going to be what I'm doing in the fall. I'm probably not going to... I won't be able to stream much during the fall semester. And if I am able to, it's probably going to be like housekeeping related stuff. Like that, or maybe like an improv community night in like Repo or something. So, yeah. I'm not fully sure what I'll be able to do and what I might not be able to do during my semester. My one hope is that I can at least stream once. I know that there's going to be Thanksgiving break, so I'll probably be streaming during that. Because obviously I won't really have any classes to attend. But other than that, I'm not fully sure. I might try and attempt to have my classes, some of my classes be in like one part of the semester and the others be in another part. But I don't really have to worry about too much of them at the same time. Which is going to be pretty important when it comes to certain classes of mine. Because one of the classes I need in order to transfer to the university I want to attend, it is a math class. And for those who know me, you probably know that I struggle a lot with math. It is like my weakest subject. So much so that my school determined that I have a math learning disability. Like, it's that bad. So I'm probably going to ask around. I'd probably consult my parents or something and see what class I might be able to attend that, you know, won't be too impactful or like too difficult for me as, you know, a disabled person with a math learning disability. Also, oh yes, I know that I can probably like ask for like tutors or something like that. Or like maybe do a bit of a study group. But if I'm going to be perfectly honest, I want to try and at the very least get some of this done on my own. Like, I don't want to rely too much on resources, especially if there's people who might need it a little more. So I'm just going to be a little reserved with my, you know, resources. Like, maybe I might ask my professor or like mention, hey, this is kind of my weakest subject, so I might need a little bit of help with, you know, having certain things explained to me. And I, you know, I kind of just don't want to fail. I don't want to fail that class and be forced to take another year in community college when I could be, yeah, already transferred to a university. That, you know, has a little more resources for me to do my art classes. I just don't want to be too much of a burden on my professors. Because I've had teachers be frustrated with me. Like, I remember one of them was kind of annoyed at the fact that I kind of like did this whole back and forth thing with him during an assignment. And eventually that teacher did have to like resign or something because he was like being kind of rude to other students. But honestly, I kind of need a bit of that back and forth because I needed to know where I kind of like explicitly messed up so that I know, hey, I messed up here and this is how I messed up. So now I know how to not mess it up. It's kind of like a nuanced thing when it comes to certain things about like, you know, being disabled, considered a special needs student in a way that I need accommodations, but enough so that I'm still somewhat able to function enough in normal classes that I'm not really like lumped in with the rest of the special ed kids. Fortunately, my high school was way more accommodating when it comes to the teachers. Like, none of the teachers decided to call the police on me because I was having a shutdown. And yes, I did have a teacher threaten to do that. It's a story, to say the least. But anyway, I'm going to go save my progress on this. I've been working on this for a good old 2 hours. So I'm going to do my intermission now. And when I get back, I'll try to finish the rest of the line art for this and maybe like put in some of the solid colors. And then I'm going to go plushify Perceptor. I shall be back. Alright, I'm back. I have a very, very needy Torty who just wants my affection. But my neck is getting a little hot. I'm gonna put up my hair. And yeah. I am going to try and finish the line art here, which is going to be pretty simple for me, that is. Just a little small detail. And I'm going to do some of these lines, and there we go. I'm gonna add another line here. And another here. And here I'm going to add a little detail. Which transfer. And I'm going to add it here as well. That is going to be merged. And I'm going to add the tail over here, which will be done with the Bezier curve. But first I'm going to do a curve. So that it's easier when I do this other curve. I messed it up. But once I finish the line art over here, I am going to start plushifying Perceptor. It does look a little weird. Which I will probably fix it. Just let me do that. I'm going to add another layer. And I'm going to have this be Stubby's like details of the tail. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to fix this Bezier curve. So that's why it's kind of like on another layer. What are you doing, Max? But for now, I am just going to leave it as it is. And that little heart will be her, you know, little thingy. But for now, I'm going to save this progress. And we're going to plushify some Transformers. Well, I say some, but it's just one. So, save as Perceptor IDW. And for anyone wondering what the thingamajig is, it's this thing right here. I'm probably going to have it be this color. And there we go. Wait, no, that is not meant to be a folder. That's meant to be a layer. And of course, I need to add his goatee thing. I've got quite a few different references here. And I'm just going to be using these to do Perceptor. And I'm probably just going to do the sketch for now. But I'm probably going to send this to the person who first requested Perceptor. because because I know he really likes Perceptor. He's also one of the admins for the group, for the Transformers group. I'm, you know, one of the admins for. Originally, I was just a mod, but then, and I was promoted to admin by him. And I don't remember when, because it was originally just me and him who were, you know, moderating the whole, you know, server. Wait, it's not really a server, it's just the community on Tumblr. So, yeah. This is because of them. I probably need to locate more references. But this is, you know, what I'm going to be doing for the next few minutes. And yeah. This is going to be relatively simple. I'm just going to be doing the sketch for today. But yeah. And there we go. And I'm going to use this as a reference for his torso because it's the most front-facing like reference that I have. And it's all about simple as here. And there we go. And he kind of like has these tube thingies too. part that kind of juts out. And there we go. And yeah, I'm kind of like just breaking this down into basic shapes. Of course, he is going to be looking a little wide, but I think I can probably fix that a little bit. That's not what I meant to do. No, no, no. And there is this reference I have here. Oh, this is a better one. So his knees are like down there. And here we go. I'll probably eventually fix this. Yeah. I need to redo this. I'll have that end up here. And here we go. That goes up there. And his little treads. Go up there. And there we go. Legs. And now arms. Best reference is over here. I'm going with magenta. And eventually I am going to add his microscope. And I'm probably going to have it like kind of up. Like, kind of like, because I don't really want to bother. It's like possibly having to like and there we go. So you know what? I might just omit it for now. And of course, the other eye is going to be obscured. But for now, it's not. And There we go. These are all going to be shapes. And yeah. I'm making it a little more shapy because I can. But yeah. I'm gonna start laying out some of the colors for him as well. Because it's probably fair if I do. I will correct these later on. Oh, this is the wrong color. Actually, I can just use the selection tool for this. And of course, this color for his optics. I'm just gonna plop this red here, this white here, this gray, this red, this white, this red, this black, this white, this blue, this black, there we go. And I just did that so that it's easier for me to know which color is where. And over here. And write that down. Bum, bada, bum, bum. And I'm going to add another layer. And this is going to be a curve. And this is also going to be a curve. I'm gonna turn off those. So that I can do this. And yeah. And there we go. Turning down the opacity of this. And turn this lower. Then erase this line. And boom, we got Perceptor's face. Or at least most of it, that is. Because I need to do this too. I'll add the details for that later. But for now, that is good progress. And there we go. And I can turn that layer off. And this one too. I'm gonna save my progress and I'm going to hop back to working on my Subi avatar. Which... let me go to here. So I'm gonna just use the magic wand tool for this. Make corrections as I go. And wait, no, wrong color. There we go. And I'm gonna start off with the fingers with all of the magenta color. And then for the joints, I'll add the black later on. And then, of course, a little magnet. It's on her digits. Mm-hmm. Mm. Here we go. And here as well. And I'm going to use the polyline for this part. And I'm gonna start doing some of the shading. Here we go. And yeah. So I think I'm going to try and do some like top-down lighting. I'm going to try my best to try and make this as have as much depth as I can. And mm-hmm. Mhm. There we go. And here we go. There we go. So I'm going to just use the base colors for the highlights. Go over here. Here we go. And I'm making this somewhat shiny. So I'm going to do the shading for the head. Go on this, layer. And add that to the color palette. Mm-hmm. There we go. This is looking good. And there we go. Alright. Now we gotta add the pink for her little magnets. I probably need to reorganize these colors. And add some more. Like more hues and stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm going to do the add glow here as well. Oh. I forgot to do the add glow. It's being weird. I have to do this for now, I guess. And then change the color later. There we go. gonna remove this little nose highlight. But yeah. Here we go. Let's turn down the opacities. I'm gonna put the headliner up here. And now I just need to refine these lines. Some of these will be messy. At least at first. Here we go. And highlights and line art. Once I've finished doing this, I'm going to tackle redrawing the, you know, the abomination that is the tail that I tried to do with Bezier curve. Yeah, I really like the process of, I really enjoy making this little avatar of Subi. Because it kind of shows what, you know, I can do with her. And that what I can just do in general with Transformers characters. Just sip my water. Accidentally moved something. Yeah. I'm probably going to start setting up my schedule for next week. Which should hopefully be a full week of streaming. But, yeah. Hopefully I can receive a commission or two over the summer. Because, you know, I want to have stuff I want to do in the summers between my classes. It's the whole reason why I kind of stream in the first place. Just so that I have something to do over the summer and I don't go completely insane. Just doing nothing. Because I crave something to do. Streaming is also one of the best ways to help me with getting some of my stuff done. Because I know I have a thing that I need to do, so I just do it. Of course, some of the things I've done, in my streams, I've also been able to apply to my college career. Which is honestly quite fascinating to me. That, I've been able to do that. But overall, I just have a lot of things that have to be done. Like, some of this stuff I don't even know what I'm doing. But one of the things I do know that I need to do is I need to register for classes. I can't really do that on stream because I'd be doxing myself. But it's something I can do. I know I need to research what classes I think I might be able to do best. Like, especially for math, since that's my weakest subject. And I have to take a math class so that I can transfer to the university I want to attend in 2026. And when I'm able to transfer, I'll be able to have more. Hopefully, I'll be able to take more of my required art classes. And hopefully, when I'm. Hopefully, I have 12 classes I have to do. A good chunk of them are, of course, art classes that I have yet to do for my major. And because of that, I have to, participate in my classes, make sure I get good grades, so that I don't have to repeat any of them. And then I'll be, and hopefully, like, the earliest I can graduate is the fall of 2026. That is the earliest that I'll be able to acquire my degree. However, I might try to graduate, take a few more classes. This is for stuff I want to do, like coding. And graduate in spring of 2027. Of course, a lot of this hinges on if, one, the classes I want to take are available, and two, if I pass all of them during my semester. Because There have been times where I've had to retake classes because I got a failing grade. And that happened this semester. I had to retake my composition class. Like, my composition 1 class, because the teacher, for whatever reason, pretty much failed all of us. And none of us really know why. None of us know why we got Fs. Fs and all that. None of us know why. So I had to retake that class, and I was able to pass it. Which is yippee for me. So now I have to do the second composition class. And hopefully, with that, complete, I don't have to worry about doing any English classes anymore. But yeah. Now I gotta confront this behemoth. Which... I'm probably going to do these, like... a little bit at a time. So... do this. And... there we go. Just do everything a little bit at a time. Make sure this is all smooth. There we go. There can be a little bit of mistakes, but I want to make sure this is as perfect as I can make it. Because obviously the first attempt was really bad. But yeah. Stream is going to end in roughly half an hour. I'm probably going to start setting up my schedule for next week tonight. I think this is a little better. Looks a little lumpy, but eh. Now we gotta do this one. Whoop-de-doo. And there we go. I'm going to use this color. And I'm just going to do this because I don't really want to bother too much with the color. I'm not going to make this tail super duper detailed because it's ultimately going to be in the background. I'm going to do this and this. And now I do this. And fill here. There we go. And hard like low, 75. And fill it. And... I'm gonna work this out in sections. Ugh. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that is a mistake in the tail. Nope. Oh, it's a mistake in the shading. I see. All right. So I think this is pretty much done. Of course, I'm going to need to, you know, make the background. But that is pretty much done. Oops, I put my stylus where my pen was gonna go. So... So... I'm just going to do a bit of a, like, vignette right over here. Like a bit of a reverse vignette. And of course I need to do my, you know, signature, my little watermark. And do that. And over here too. I might need to make a little asset so that I can like make a streamlined version of my watermark. Oh, I just realized I forgot to do the eyes. Her optics. I cannot believe I forgot about that. Let's make sure I do this one. Now I gotta do the thing for the BioLite highlights. So and here we go. And let's use the blur tool. And now I'm going to do this. And this is just the glow for the BioLites. Hold on. And do this little thing. I'm gonna apply a bit of this blur to other places. But yeah. I was planning on doing some of my work for the new BRB screen, but I don't think I'm gonna have the time to kind of do all that. At least for as long as I feel like streaming. And I'm also going to do this for the shading. Give it kind of this soft look. And especially for here. I just feel like it provides a good contrast. You know, for everything. And just, yeah. I just think a little bit of blur her tool can go quite a long way. Especially for like, you know, stuff over here. It's like a little more distant. But yeah. I'm going to do that to here as well. But yeah. This is soupy. And the watermarks are mostly for like, in case someone re-uploads my art somewhere, or without credit, the giant watermark is there so that they know who took it. But recently I've kind of heard about this thing that some artists do in order to prevent, you know, people like to kind of like hijack, you know, AI generated art databases, where they kind of like just add a pattern of like an image or something to kind of like just hijack the AI, and when people try to generate images based on their, you know, art, that will prominently show up. And it's the funniest thing in the world. Like, I'm not kidding. It's very funny. But yeah. I'm probably going to work a little more on Perceptor over here until I reach the hour where I can end stream. So, yeah. Tomorrow is hopefully going to be Amnesia Memories. I say hopefully because I don't know if Steam will just bork itself like it did last week with Skyrim. Because that was honestly a bit of a bummer. And I know this is a little messy in terms of, you know, line art. We know not line art sketch, but it is what it is. I can kind of deal with it. It's just kind of a whatever. You know, at this point. But yeah. And that is the heart. That is basically just a fandom thing. Where you just like, instead of doing the actual Autobot or Decepticon symbol, you either do a heart instead. Makes it a little simpler. You know, to kind of do. Might need to add a lighter color to my color palette here. And I do need to reorganize it. Oh god, I got ringing in my ears. Ugh. But yeah. Hold on. Okay, he does have little lines here. And there we go. So that was control. And here we go. I'm going to add the colors over here before I add some of the detailing to his little tubing. Simply because I just want to. But yeah. Now I gotta do this. And that. So tomorrow is going to be Amnesia Memories, which is an ultimate game. I'm not sure if I'm going to do a Writing Wednesday tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, next week. It all kind of like hinges on what I have to do. I don't have PT next week or like anything urgent, so it might be a possibility. But I know my Friday Wednesdays aren't really like engaging for most people because I don't really talk a lot when I'm writing. And that kind of sucks. That, you know. But it makes sense. Some people want to hear someone just talk. But yeah, I'm probably going to, you know, do this sort of stuff. I'm probably going to finish this sometime next week. Since, you know, I'm about to end stream and tomorrow is not a drawing stream. But I'm going to at least finish this. And 4 for this. But yeah, when I finish doing this coloring, I'm going to be ending stream. Because, you know, I don't know if I'll be able to stream for 5 whole hours. You know, for today. But yeah. Next week, probably on Monday, I'll finish plushifying Perceptor. I'll probably like share the progress of this with the person who asked me to do Perceptor. I can turn that layer off. But yeah, I am going to end stream. Let's see. I'm just going to end stream for now. I'll be here tomorrow with some Amnesia Memories, which I watched the anime and I think I remember liking it, especially the opening, but we'll see how much I like it when let's see how much I like the game tomorrow. Bye, y'all!